Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal Father, we ask that you would shower our senators today with your bountiful blessings. Without your guidance, we are all like ships without rudders, tossed by every wind of opinion and circumstance. But when you are our captain and counselor, you establish our course and enable us to accomplish your good purposes. Incline the hearts of our lawmakers toward that which promotes peace, liberty, and goodness. Quiet every voice that would lead us away from unity. Inspire our legislators with genuine compassion, steadfast courage, and servant-hearted leadership. We pray in your marvelous name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., August 5, 2026, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Alan Armstrong, a senator from the state of Oklahoma, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. The majority whip, sorry, majority leader, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, America's farmers and ranchers got some good news at the end of last week. After a lot of hard work from members of the Agriculture Committee, Chairman Bozeman released the text of a 5-year farm bill, which is slated for a markup tomorrow and will, I hope, be headed soon to the floor. Mr. President, as someone who hails from an ag state and has been part of the drafting of now 5 farm bills, I know how important the farm bill is and how much work goes in to getting it right. As I made clear at the start of this Congress, America's farmers and ranchers are a priority for this Senate majority. That started last year with the Working Families Tax Cuts, which strengthened the farm safety net, bolstered critical farm programs, and delivered tax relief to America's agriculture producers, including relief from the unfair death tax and making the 199A deduction permanent. And it continues this year with this farm bill, which builds on the important measures in the Working Families Tax Cuts to give farmers and ranchers certainty into the future. After the Working Families Tax Cuts raised reference prices last year, this farm bill makes further improvements to commodity programs as well as crop insurance, cornerstones of the farm safety net. It modernizes farm loan programs to get America's next generation of farmers and ranchers off to a strong start. And it strengthens other programs that producers depend on. It improves the emergency assistance for livestock programs so that it covers the cost of hauling feed or water and opens the program to producers dealing with drought or other adverse weather conditions. And it includes my CRP Flexibility and Improvement Act, which will make the Conservation Reserve Program a more working lands-oriented option for producers. Mr. President, CRP plays a very significant role in South Dakota's economy by helping to provide habitat for pheasants. But producers in my state have been frustrated for years with how the program is managed, in particular by the fact that its restrictions on land use can be excessive. And that's why I introduced the CRP Flexibility and Improvement Act. My bill allows grazing options, including fencing and water distribution on all CRP acres. And on top of that, it increases the annual CRP payment limits for the first time in the program's 40-year history. This bill will make CRP an attractive option for more producers and open up access for livestock forage in drought conditions. Mr. President, the Farm Bill also includes a number of bills I've worked on that make it easier for producers to do business and to get their products to market. It includes a bill I worked on with Senators Grassley, Klobuchar, and Baldwin that establishes reporting requirements on fertilizer prices, which will bring more transparency to the fertilizer marketplace by helping producers make more informed and cost-effective choices for their operations. Another bill of mine, the Promoting Precision Agriculture Act, will facilitate the creation of industry-led voluntary standards for precision ag technology that will help more farmers adopt this promising tool. And my Strengthening Local Processing Act gives smaller processors access to critical information and allows more meat products approved by a state inspector to be sold across state lines. Mr. President, the Farm Bill is about more than just what happens on a farm or a ranch. It also supports America's rural communities. That includes water infrastructure, rural development, and health care, among other critical services. It also includes our continued efforts to provide broadband in unserved communities. And I'm pleased that this bill will help ensure that broadband dollars are going to communities that need it, places where 90% or more of the residents lack access to basic internet services. Mr. President, there's a lot more I could talk about with this bill, a lot more. This is a bill that will provide real support and certainty for America's farmers and ranchers. And that's good news for all Americans who depend on our hardworking producers for food, fuel, and fiber. And fuel, Mr. President, is the final thing I want to discuss this morning. Mr. President, for decades, the seasonal sale of E15 has been a win-win for America's farmers and for the American people. It has strengthened the agricultural economy while providing the American people with an affordable source of homegrown energy. And for many years, Mr. President, it's been a priority for me and for many of my colleagues here to allow E15 to be sold all year. Mr. President, it's taken a lot of work to get here, but I'm very proud that this Farm Bill delivers permanent year-round E15. This is something that is going to further help producers and help bring down fuel costs for all Americans. And I want to thank Chairman Bozeman, as well as Senators Daines, Capito, and Fisher for all of their hard work on this issue. I'm looking forward to getting it across the finish line. Mr. President, I spent a lot of time with farmers and ranchers back home in South Dakota. They talked to me about the uncertainty and the headwinds that they face. And I've listened to their priorities and made them my own. As I said, America's farmers and ranchers are a priority for this Senate majority. And with the working families tax cuts and now this farm bill, we're making real progress on the challenges facing our producers. But of course, our work is never finished. There will be more to do in the future to support and strengthen American agriculture. And America's producers can be confident that their needs will always be at the top of my list. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Oh, sorry, I don't yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Majority Leader.
President, I ask unanimous consent that quorum call be suspended.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 6500, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the motion to proceed.
Is there further debate?
If not, the question is on the motion.
If not, the question is on the motion. In favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 320, H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 6732.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, for Ms. Collins, proposes an amendment number 6732.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And I ask for the yeas and nays on the amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The ayes and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have an amendment at the desk to amendment number 6732.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 6736 to amendment number 6732.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And I ask for the yeas and nays on the amendment.
Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
There appears to be. The ayes and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 6737 to amendment number 6736.
Mr. President, I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And I have an amendment to the underlying bill at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment numbered 6738 to the language proposed to be stricken by amendment number 6732.
Mr. President, I ask the reading be dispensed with,
Without objection.
and I ask for the yeas and nays on the amendment.
Is there sufficient second? And there appears to be. The ayes and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment numbered 6739 to amendment number 6738.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with,
Without objection.
and I move to commit the bill to the Committee on Appropriations with instructions.
Clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, moves to commit the bill to the Committee on Appropriations to report back forthwith with instructions being amendment numbered 6740.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with,
Without
and
objection.
I ask for the yeas and nays on the motion to commit with instructions.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The ayes and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have an amendment to the instructions.
The clerk will report.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment numbered 6741 to the instructions of the motion to commit H.R. 6500.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading be waived,
Without objection.
and I ask for the yeas and nays on my amendment.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The ayes and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment numbered 6742 to amendment numbered 6741.
President, I ask consent that the reading be waived,
Without objection.
and I send a cloture motion to the desk with respect to amendment number 6732.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the Collins Amendment 6732 to calendar number 320 H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I send a cloture motion to the desk with respect to calendar number 320 H.R. 6500.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on calendar number 320, H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to calendar number 449 S 4668.
The clerk will report the motion to proceed.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 449 S 4668, a bill to protect the name, image, and likeness rights of and provide protections for student athletes and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 449 S 4668, a bill to protect the name, image, and likeness rights of and provide protections for student athletes and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 914.
The question is on the motion to proceed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
He did.
Aye.
He got it. He did.
Thought it said aye.
All opposed, no. And the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Todd Blanche of Florida to be Attorney General.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Todd Blanche of Florida to be Attorney General, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you want to go into a quorum.
The Democratic leader.
Are we in a quorum? Mr. President, Todd Blanche's Department of Justice continues to let criminals off the hook so long as they're loyal to Donald Trump. Yesterday, Trump's DOJ forced a judge to throw out the charges against 8 members of the radical extremist Oath Keepers who were convicted of seditious conspiracy for plotting the January 6th insurrection. Horrendous. Doesn't get any more un-American than this. Doesn't twist America's values into a tortured knot. Trump already gave the insurrectionists clemency. Now, he's wiping their records clean. But there's no erasing what the Oath Keepers and the rest of the mob did at Trump's command on January 7th. I saw them in this building. They were not on a tour. They were aimed at destruction, to maim, and even in a few cases, murder. We can't afford to forget what happened that day. Now, Trump has sent the country a clear message. There's no consequences for sedition, no punishment for attacking police, no repercussions for ransacking the Capitol to steal an election, so long as you do it in Trump's name. No wonder his numbers are so terrible. No wonder the American people are turning against him. No one in our history has done things as bad as this. Trump won't just give you clemency for committing a crime on his behalf, he'll give you a reward. The whole purpose of Trump's $2 billion MAGA slush fund is to funnel taxpayer dollars to the Oath Keepers and other Trump cronies. Just the other day, Trump himself defended his slush fund, describing it, quote, a reimbursement for the pain that January 6th insurrectionists suffered. Donald, what pain have these insurrectionists suffered? You let them off scot-free. Republicans don't get to yap about being the party of law and order when they're handing out pardons and cash rewards like candy to convicted cop beaters. Do Senate Republicans want to give a promotion to Blanche, the same guy who came up with the idea of these reparations for rioters? There's still no legal guardrails stopping Trump and Blanche from giving payouts to January 6th insurrectionists at the taxpayers' expense. That's unacceptable. The only thing these criminals deserve is a cold cell, not Americans' hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Now, Trump's going to Nevada today to tout his disastrous economic record. His going is an insult to every Nevadan reeling from higher costs. If there's one place where Americans know how to spot a losing hand, it's Las Vegas. Donald Trump, they see your losing hand. Nevadans know better than anyone that Trump's economy has gone bust. Does Trump want to brag about how Nevadans are paying $4.80 for a gallon of gasoline because of his war? Will Trump tout how more than 36,000 Nevadans have lost their health coverage because Trump cut $1 trillion from our health care system to give billionaires another tax break? Nope. While grocery prices continue rising, will Trump explain to the more than 78,000 hungry Nevadans who have lost food assistance that his policies are working exactly as intended? Or maybe Trump wants to thump his chest about how the $3,100 extra Nevadans are spending because of Trump's failed policies that have wiped out any extra tax refund they saw this year. Trump can't bluff his way out of the economic disaster he's unleashed on the American people. Nope. He can have all the bluff and bravado and lies he wants. It's not going to wash because people are experiencing the hurt that Trump has inflicted upon them. On Iran, Trump seems to think that opening his mouth and opening the Straits of Hormuz are the same thing. Once again, Trump is making big claims that a deal to reopen the strait is imminent. How many times have we heard that? Whenever Trump says there's a deal, it means one of two things. Either the strait is still staying closed, or it opens for a couple of days and then it closes again. None of his deals have come to fruition, and gas prices continue to rise. At this time, there are rumors he's willing to give up even more control of the strait to Iran to open it. That's true. Donald Trump has put himself in such a difficult position in Iran, blundering his way into a war with no goal, with no preparation, with no future. And he then tries, he's stuck. He's going to try to get out of it, but mark my words, he'll surrender to Iran in a sense. He will have to sue for peace, and the Iranians will emerge stronger and America weaker. It's his only way out. Once again, Trump is doing all of these things. Which one will it be this time, Donald, when it comes to the strait? How many days after you say the strait will open up will it close again? When are you going to get out of the way and let real diplomats negotiate an end to the war that ensures the free flow of shipping through the strait? Americans can't fuel their cars on wishful thinking and empty promises, and Senate Democrats have now forced 13 votes on the Iran power resolution to end Trump's disastrous war. We'll keep forcing votes as long as it takes until Senate Republicans help us bring our troops home, end this war, and bring costs down. And on the CR, Senate Democrats have been unequivocal. We want to work across the aisle to keep the government open. The CR gives us the maneuvering room we need to hash out a budget that makes life more affordable for the American people and reins in Trump's administration's chaos and corruption. Throughout these negotiations, Senate Democrats are fighting for working families. And thanks to Senator Patty Murray's efforts, we have fended off Trump's harmful effort to hold hostage federal grants that would support communities stretching from one end of the nation to the other. Trump has this amazing philosophy. If you're a red state, you deserve the taxpayers' money. If you're a blue state, you don't. And he totally skews our grant giving to help his friends and to punish his enemies when it has no basis in law, fact, justice, fairness. The American people are counting on Congress to come together and deliver, and that's what Senate Democrats are fighting to do every day. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Schwartz nomination and the en bloc nominations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today's Democrat Party has been taken over by extremists. It's happening all across the country. Extremists are winning Democrat primaries all across the country from east to west. The minority leader spoke a little earlier today. He seems to be very happy about it. Just yesterday, when talking to the press, the minority leader said this. He said, these extreme candidates, he said, make their party stronger. Well, Mr. President, Senator Schumer may be thrilled with the direction that his party is taking. And now look what happens last night in Michigan. The Democrat candidate for Senate, winning the primary yesterday in Michigan, is truly an extremist. Radical, extreme, dangerous, and in my opinion, scary. He's been endorsed by Senator Bernie Sanders, and just recently he hit the campaign trail with a left-wing activist, a political activist who blamed 9/11. We're almost near the 25th anniversary of the attacks on 9/11 in the United States of America. Blame those attacks on America and the American people. Mr. President, this is a Democratic Party that has a manifesto and a mantra. They have a radical set of beliefs, and they are clearly those of the Democrat nominee in Michigan. The driving forces in the Democrat Party today want to abolish prisons. The driving force in the Democrat Party today has endorsed any and all efforts to release dangerous prisoners from the jails onto the streets of communities all across the country. The driving force in the Democrat Party is calling to defund the police. The driving force in the Democrat Party is calling to eliminate immigrations and customs enforcement in this country. They don't want borders, don't think we ought to have borders. They want ICE completely eliminated. Democrats want to go back to the dangerous Biden years when it came to protecting our borders, and 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into this country. The Democrats want millions and millions more to come into America. And what do they want to do in terms of funding from these things? Well, the Democrats want to have hardworking taxpayers pay for health care for all the illegal immigrants who come here. You know, radical ideas like that were once the fringe of the Democrat Party. No longer, no. That fringe now controls the Democrat Party. As a senior senator who's a Democrat said, who sits right over there, said it's a sign that the Democrat Party is alive and well. Senator Schumer said yesterday it makes their party stronger. It doesn't make America stronger. It makes America weaker. It makes America more vulnerable. That's where we are today, Mr. President. Democrats seem willing to tear up the Constitution and tear down America. You listen to some of these candidates, it sounds like they hate America. They want America to fail. That seems to be what they're aiming for. But Republicans are not going to allow that to happen, Mr. President. No, we're going to continue to fight the extremists, and we're going to continue to fight for freedom, for liberty, and continued American greatness. Now, Mr. President, on a separate matter, Senate Republicans are confirming individuals who will keep the American people safe. Last week, I met with Todd Blanche. He has been nominated to be the next Attorney General of the United States. I support him. He clearly is the right man for the job, and it's time for the Senate to move forward and confirm him. Todd Blanche has led an impressive legal career. He belongs in this job. He brings to the job a decade of experience at the very Department of Justice. That includes his current service as the acting Attorney General. Under his leadership, the Department of Justice is focusing once again on its core mission, and that is the mission of fighting crime and upholding the rule of law. Today, Americans are safer. Murder rates have fallen dramatically under this administration, so have deaths from drug overdoses. and Mr. Blanche has fought forcefully for the safety and security of the American people. Today, the department is prosecuting drug cartels. It is dismantling gangs of violent criminals. Mr. Blanche has also been a key leader in Republicans' war against fraud. He helped establish a new division in the Department of Justice to do exactly just that, and it is already today succeeding. Mr. Blanche knows what it takes to lead the Department of Justice. It takes integrity, it takes accountability, and he's going to lead with both of those characteristics. That's why his nomination is supported by former Department of Justice officials, by so many attorneys general from states, and by law enforcement. Former Attorney General Bill Barr, he's one such supporter. He recently praised Todd Blanche in an editorial in the Wall Street Journal. He said, throughout his career, Todd Blanche has shown the personal determination, the discipline, and the thick skin that the position demands. That's exactly right. Todd Blanche is dedicated to the rule of law. He is fearless, he is focused, and he is fair. As Attorney General, he's going to provide candid advice, even when it's not easy. He's going to stand up for the United States, and he will keep America safe and protect the American people. It's time to confirm him as Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator of California.
Suggest that we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, ask for unanimous consent to deliver up to 15 minutes of remarks before we proceed to the vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, colleagues, there's a lot going on in the country right now, actually a lot going on around the world. And I rise today not to address specifically the cost of living challenges that so many working families are struggling with. That's certainly a topic of news these days, rightfully so. I'm not here to focus on what families of deployed service members must be feeling right now, although that is certainly worthy of our thoughts and consideration and empathy, particularly the family members and the loved ones of the 18 service members that have lost their lives in this unauthorized war with Iran that the President has brought us into. I want to focus on something that about a year ago was really dominating the evening news and a lot of our social media feeds: immigration, and specifically this administration's cruel, often violent tactics as part of their mass deportation and deportation agenda. Families are still being torn apart. Tens of thousands of immigrants currently being detained in detention centers around the country. Loved ones of those killed by federal agents in broad daylight are also still hurting, including the family of Juan Sebastian Guerrero, a 25-year-old father, an immigrant from Colombia who had work authorization. He was driving in his car last month when a federal agent opened fire, shooting him in the head and killing him. I hope you remember the story. It wasn't that long ago. If you followed the story, you'll know that his partner and his 3-year-old daughter, still dressed in her bluey pajamas that morning, were there at the scene because it was so close to their home. And according to witnesses, Juan's last words were, "I tried to stop." I raise this because whenever there's a tragedy like this that happens under this administration, we quickly hear from department officials, from the White House and MAGA supporters that all these victims had to do were follow instructions, as if it was their fault that they're being shot and, in some instances, killed. Well, that's exactly what Juan was attempting to do, yet he was killed anyway. Now, I know we don't have all the details of exactly how this tragedy unfolded, In large part, we don't have all the details because some people say, well, just let's go to the video, let's go to the body cam footage and see exactly what happened. Despite receiving billions and billions of taxpayer dollars, which included funding for body cameras, these officers weren't wearing any. But there are a couple things that we know for certain. First of all, Juan Sebastián Guerrero's daughter should still have her father. Second, and this is publicly reported, the man who took his life should never have been given a badge and a gun. And that's not just coming from me. That's coming from Tom Homan. That's right, President Trump's, quote, border czar, who recently said in a TV interview that I don't think he should have ever cleared vetting. From what we've learned, this is a man who verbally, emotionally, and physically abused not just one, but two ex-wives, and once threw his 13-year-old daughter through a glass coffee table. So Mr. Homan's absolutely right when he says that this man's hiring was a failure of the agency's vetting process. But it's emblematic of a much larger failure within the Department of Homeland Security, as ICE has rushed this last year to put as many officers as they could into communities as quickly as possible. Something pretty hypocritical, by the way, from an administration calling for the re-vetting of previously vetted refugees and other immigrants. But I digress. In less than a year, ICE has hired more than 12,000 officers, a 120% increase in staffing, huge increase in a small amount of time. In part, they were so eager to hire up that they were offering $50,000 bonuses for people who signed on to the agency. Along the way, they also lowered recruitment standards to try to hire as many people as possible. And they shortened training for law enforcement officers before deploying them into the streets. Anybody with history and experience with state and local law enforcement knows what happens when you do this. It's a bad combination, a recipe for disaster when you hire too quickly, shorten training, and lower recruitment standards, and now the federal government is seeing the consequences of those bad decisions. How many more unqualified individuals who have not been sufficiently vetted or trained are now in our communities, not just armed, but armed and dressed as if they're going to war? That's not the job they're doing. Along the way, violating constitutional rights, using excessive force, risking innocent lives, and worst of all, facing no accountability. Colleagues, accountability isn't an inconvenience for law enforcement. It's imperative in a society where we entrust law enforcement officers with the power to take lives, our liberty, or our property when warranted. Accountability is what gives law enforcement the legitimacy in a democracy. But that's not what's going on today. Just a couple weeks ago, it was reported that the FBI will no longer investigate confrontations with immigration enforcement agencies. Instead, Homeland Security will do the investigating to determine whether officers or agents have broken the law. If true, how is that supposed to inspire confidence or legitimacy? After all, it's been 6 months since the killing of Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, and still nobody's been held accountable for those deaths. Let me repeat their names: Alex Preddy, Renee Nicole Good, Ruben Ray Martinez, Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, Juan Sebastián Guerrero. God, I pray there's not more to come. How many more need to die before this administration recognizes, acknowledges, and admits that something is deeply wrong? Another important point I want to make today is that these failures don't end on the streets in our communities. They're also happening inside the walls of detention facilities, where as of yesterday, at least 54 people have died since the beginning of this administration. The year 2025 was a record year, not a good record, the most deaths in ICE custody in a calendar year, and we're on track to exceed that in 2026. At this moment, more than 67,000 people are being held in overcrowded and understaffed facilities, where many are denied access to healthy food, clean water, even basic medical care. Forget about life-saving care for people with extreme conditions, folks that I've seen and talked to personally, suffering from injuries they sustained when being taken into custody because of the cruelty and the violence of how it's being done. And reporting just this morning from the Associated Press shows us that more than 50 parents and spouses of active duty service members have been detained since the beginning of the second Trump administration, and at least 6 have been deported. Think about that. Their sons and daughters, husbands and wives are willing to put their lives on the line for this country during wartime, no less. And the Trump administration is rewarding their service by detaining and deporting their family members. Yet, despite all this, Donald Trump and those around him keep repeating the lie that they're only going after the worst of the worst. It's not true. Even federal courts have found that the conditions in these detention facilities, by the way, are unacceptable. A federal district court judge in California just ordered improvements to basic needs like access to clean water, nutritious food, and medical and disability care in the Adelanto ICE processing center. Basic standards for humanity that are both federal law and international law. In February, a similar order to provide access to medical care was issued regarding the largest detention center in California, the one located in California City. But just last week, we learned from a neutral court-appointed monitor that ICE is failing to comply with that order. This administration just doesn't care. Despite these deaths, despite these conditions, and despite the enormous human toll, the administration is actually doubling down. ICE arrested 51,000 people in the month of July, the largest in a single month in DHS history. And again, the vast majority are not dangerous, violent criminals. So we have a historic number of arrests coupled with a historic number of deaths in ICE custody, and this administration has the audacity to ignore court orders to provide basic care and dignity to the people that it's cramming into these detention facilities. And on top of all that, the Republican majority in this Congress has given ICE and Border Patrol more than $150 billion with no accountability, no safeguards required. So they don't even have to come back to Congress to justify their funding requests and answer questions for the next 3 years. ICE is now expanding detention facilities while continuing to carry out these mass enforcement operations across the country. They're failing. They're failing the humanity test. They're being ordered by federal courts to do the job right. They're doubling down and growing their operation. And we now know that over 300,000 Haitian immigrants are now facing arrest and deportation after the Trump administration has ripped away their temporary protected status. Colleagues, how many people need to die at the hands of ill-trained, unqualified, and unaccountable federal agents and inside inhumane detention centers before we, as a Congress, or at least the Senate, say enough? Before we call for accountability and demand common sense reforms, what's it going to take? Because our proposals are out there, like my Visible Act, which says immigration enforcement officials have to have very clear, very visible identification, something that's standard for law enforcement agencies nationwide. If a group of masked individuals in unmarked cars runs you off the road, jumps out of their cars with guns drawn, and starts screaming in your face without any way to easily and quickly know that they're federal agents, of course somebody's going to panic. We just saw that exact scenario play out in Houston a few weeks ago. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was driving in his van on his way to work when two unmarked cars without sirens or lights began chasing him, eventually blocking his car on a small side street. As he was trying to turn around, they shot him and killed him. Without any clear identification, how could Lorenzo know that these cars chasing him belonged to law enforcement? As one expert reviewing the footage of this chase from public cameras said, quote, "It looks more like a carjacking attempt than it is a police stop." And we wonder why some people panic. That's exactly why we need the basic standards for federal law enforcement, like those called for in Senator Booker's Federal Law Enforcement Standards and Accountability Act. And for the protection of agents and civilians alike, law enforcement needs to have the body cameras and to have them turned on, which the Focus Act would require. These are the kinds of basic safeguards that Democrats have been proposing over and over again, but the administration and the Republican majority doesn't want to act on it. Now, we have a lot of policy debates here in Congress, but too often we lose sight of the people behind the headlines and the people behind the statistics that are impacted by these policies. Juan Sebastián Guerrero was one of those people, as are thousands of others living in fear today. Mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, there are friends, there are coworkers and neighbors, all human beings deserving of basic dignity and humanity. Last month, Juan Sebastián Guerrero got into his car expecting just a normal, regular day. And now his daughter will grow up in a world without him in it. And she carries his memory with her for the rest of her life. Not only of him, but how he was taken from her. She'll remember that forever. And colleagues, I implore that we remember as well. And let's learn from it and do everything possible to keep it from happening again. Because we are a nation of laws that need to be enforced. But a nation of laws includes being a nation of due process, of accountability, and above all, human dignity. And we should never accept an America where federal agents hide their faces, abuse their authority, or take life without oversight and accountability. It's a choice, folks, that we're making. What kind of a country are we working towards? It's a choice that this administration and congressional Republicans have made of what we're seeing on the streets. America deserves better. America deserves better. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Erica Schwartz of Florida to be Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, signed by 16 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Erica Schwartz of Florida to be the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Curtis, Grassley, McCormick, Moran, Moreno, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schiff, and Shaheen. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Husted, Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Moody, Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, No. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Markey, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 43, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Erica Schwartz of Florida to be Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Senator from Illinois.
Ask the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm nearing the end of my Senate term, and I'm reflecting on some historic events which I've witnessed at this table, at this desk. One of the most historic I remember, and specifically the date, January 6, 2021. The reason why that day was important was that the votes all across America had been counted to see who was elected president in the 2020 election. And the process involved certification by the House and the Senate of the electoral votes that were to be counted. In the past, it has been almost a pro forma event, hardly noticed by anyone. But on January 6, 2021, it was much different. Much different. The presiding officer of the Senate for that electoral vote count is the Vice President of the United States. In this case, it was Vice President Pence. There was more security than usual in the Capitol building. To those who are here today witnessing this session and visiting the Capitol, you're lucky. You're protected by one of the best security forces, police forces in the nation, the Capitol Hill Police. Most Americans don't know much about them. Those of us who serve in Congress know a lot about them. These are men and women who keep you safe and me safe in the Capitol building and make sure that the visitors have peace of mind when they come and go. We want to maintain the availability of this building to visitors from certainly the United States, but from all around the world. And these men and women, some in uniform, some in ordinary dress, make sure that happens. Well, on January 6, 2021, there was a special emphasis on security. The reason, it was not only an historic event with members of Congress in their chairs and the Vice President of the United States presiding over the Senate, there was also a rally going on downtown by the president, the outgoing president of the United States, Donald Trump, at the end of his first term. He had summoned his supporters and friends to come for a rally down by the White House, the Washington Monument, that day. No coincidence. It was an attempt to put pressure on Congress not to count the electoral votes. You see, the president then and now had this fiction in his mind that he actually won the election. He was only off by 7 million votes. That's how much he lost it by. But he kept filing lawsuits and making protests and arguing that he should be president again. At one point, he dispatched the thousands of people that he had summoned to Washington to leave the Washington Monument area and to march on the Capitol, and they did. So we were sitting inside with the knowledge that these thousands of people were coming up to our building here, the Capitol building, where we did business on this historic day. We didn't quite know what they would do when they arrived. But if you witness the videotapes from that day, draw your own conclusions. They tried to storm the Capitol. They broke through locked doors, crashed through windows to come to the building. At approximately 10 minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon on January 6, 2021, I was seated in this desk. Vice President Pence was presiding, and I noticed something curious. Those doors opened, and members of the Secret Service came in and literally grabbed the Vice President and pulled him out of that chair, took him out that door. And here we sat with no announcement, nothing. But we knew something was going on outside with this rally that had been directed up this way. In a few minutes, a representative of the Capitol Police spoke to us sitting in the chamber and said, stay calm, stay where you are. We're going to make this chamber, the Senate chamber, a safe place for you to stay no matter what happens in the rest of the building. So some of us relaxed in our chairs and looked around and waited for the next development. The next development took about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the Capitol Police came and said, disregard that earlier alert, leave, in an orderly fashion, file through those doors and follow us to a safe location. So we abandoned the Senate chamber and the Capitol and left to go to a building nearby and wait out this ordeal which was going on in the Senate. What happened, you can witness yourself on videotape, it's all there. About 150 of our Capitol Police were assaulted by these demonstrators. Some seriously injured, others pushed to the brink psychologically, which led to their deaths a day or two later. It was a horrible scene. It wasn't until late in the afternoon that we were able to return to the Senate to complete our business with the electoral vote. What followed from that with the new president was an attempt to investigate what happened that day and who should be held responsible. There was nothing extraordinary about that. Anyone who did damage to this great building or the people in it obviously should be held accountable. And so the largest investigation in the history of the Department of Justice and the FBI started. At the end of the day, almost 1,500 individuals were charged with a crime, and they were convicted. Some of them paid a fine, some served brief periods of time, and others more serious offenses depending on what they did. That was the reality of what happened. Fast forward 4 years, and what happened next? President Trump was reelected. And with the power under the Constitution to pardon those who committed crime, on his first day in office, in his second term, President Trump gave a full and unconditional pardon to every one of the convicted demonstrators who stormed this building. If you remember the scenes afterwards, it wasn't just an orderly procession of people visiting this building. They crashed through doors, they broke windows, they did their darndest to cause as much damage as possible. C-SPAN, which televises what happened here, kept the cameras running, and we were able to see them scramble into the Senate chamber, pose for pictures sitting in the chair of the presiding officer, and rifle through our desks. I watched as some person, I still don't know who it was, went through my desk to look and see if there were some things that he could take that day. I don't know whether he did or not. But that's the sort of thing that went on for 4 or 5 hours while an effort was made to mobilize police and state troopers and others to reclaim the Capitol building from the demonstrators. The reason I bring up this event years later is because there's an important issue to be voted on this week by the United States Senate, and that is the choice of the next Attorney General of the United States. The acting Attorney General is Todd Blanche, who was President Trump's personal lawyer when he was charged with crimes, and who has been Deputy Attorney General for months now. He's seeking the full-time position. One of the items of controversy is pretty easy to explain. President Trump believes, and Todd Blanche believed at one point, that the people who attacked the Capitol, the people who breached the Capitol, crashed through the doors, broke down the windows, threatened individuals inside, should receive financial compensation for doing it. Financial compensation. And you say to yourself, they got a full and unconditional pardon by President Trump. Now they want money too? And the answer is not only yes, but unfortunately, they've done it with some pride. The Trump administration proposed an anti-weaponization fund. And just to give it a cute little twist, they appropriated $1,776,000,000 for that purpose. Well, it didn't go over very well with Congress, because as we read this decree by the Trump administration, people said, wait a minute, we're giving money to people who were convicted of a crime of attacking the Capitol, disrupting the business of the Senate, injuring 149 Capitol policemen. We're going to give them not only a pardon, but some sort of financial compensation. That was the plan, the anti-weaponization fund. And who was the person who executed that plan? Todd Blanche, the person who is seeking to become the next full-time Attorney General of the United States. The controversy involving that particular proposal was well known. Not only was there a bad reaction among Democrats to this idea, but many Republicans as well. Some of them kept their opposition behind closed doors, I understand, but others were very vocal about it. In fact, 2 members of the Senate Judiciary Committee said they wanted in writing from Todd Blanche a promise that he would never create this fund to reward cop beaters and demonstrators in the Capitol on January 6, 2021. It went forward in the Senate Judiciary Committee. The negotiations between 2 Republican senators and Todd Blanche continued until the beginning of this week, when it was announced they'd reached an agreement. Sadly, that agreement, the so-called agreement not to create the weaponization fund, is written in a way it wouldn't pass Law School Contracts 101. There's no signature on any of these pages of promises when it comes to future activity. They say we're rescinding the previous order, but there's nothing to stop a new order from taking place. That is a gaping hole in the logic and the effectiveness of any of these documents. We should have clear indications from the parties to that lawsuit that both sides agree. That would include the President of the United States, who was a party to the lawsuit that led up to this. But they can't bring it together because the President doesn't believe that the anti-weaponization fund should go away. He said publicly, over and over again, he believes in it, wants to do it, wants to give the demonstrators money. Todd Blanche thinks he's taken care of this problem, but he has not produced any documentation to make that point clear. Secondly, there was a provision in a lawsuit. Now, here's what the lawsuit's all about. The President sued the IRS and Treasury, arguing that they disclosed his income tax returns without his permission. They arrested the man who actually did it. They caught him, and he was prosecuted as he should be. He broke the law. He knew he was breaking the law when he disclosed the President's income tax returns. The President sued the IRS and Treasury for billions of dollars, billions, because they disclosed his income tax return. I'm completing quite a few years of public service. I've disclosed my income tax return every year without fail as a member of Congress and the Senate. I'm not posing for holy pictures. I'm just trying to tell you it isn't that big a deal if you follow the law. Do you know what the settlement of the Trump lawsuit was for disclosing his income tax returns? Part of the settlement said, get this now, and Todd Blanche is the draftsman of this as well. Part of it said, neither the President, his family, or any of the companies in his Trump empire business can be held for violating any tax crimes in the United States. How would you like that? Get out of jail free card. And that was part of the agreement. And it should be contested. If we say no one in America is above the law, how in the world can you justify doing this for the Trump family and their businesses? And we know this president deals in big numbers when it comes to income. His first year in office, estimates between $1.4 and $2 billion in the president's first year in office in the second term. $2 billion. How'd he do it? Well, you won't be surprised to know that there are cryptocurrency fingerprints all over this deal. The president made hundreds of millions of dollars off of a meme coin or some contraption that comes out of the cryptocurrency world. That's the reality. And who was overseeing this operation? Todd Blanche, a man who wants to be the #1 law enforcement officer in the United States of America. Well, I'll tell you, I'm not going to go much longer because I see some of my colleagues are gathering and they want to speak on this issue as well. This is a serious mistake for the Senate to approve Todd Blanche as the next Attorney General. If there is ever a moment in history when we need an Attorney General above reproach who is clearly dedicated to ending corruption, even at the highest level of our government, it's right now. The history of this era will be written, and it'll be a shameful history for those who are empowering this man, Todd Blanche, to take his personal representation of this president to the highest possible level as he becomes the next Attorney General. I beg my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I think I know how many of you feel privately, and I know you're afraid to cross this president. He's been guilty of retribution many times in the past, and he would be unnecessary. But don't be in the history books on the wrong side when it comes to this issue. Come out against corruption. Come out for the prosecution of corporate fraud. Come out for changing the current situation in the United States to one that is more respectful of the law and more respectful of the families and voters who create this democracy. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing the nomination of Todd Blanche as the next Attorney General of the United States. And Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I begin with a quote. I'm his lawyer. I'm his lawyer, is what Todd Blanche said in the course of his confirmation hearing before the Judiciary Committee of the United States Senate. I'm his lawyer, meaning I'm Donald Trump's lawyer. Now, admittedly, he had no intention of saying it that way. He had no intention of allowing that revelation to slip, but it was a glaring illustration of his mindset. He was, he is now, and he will be Donald Trump's lawyer, his personal lawyer, as he was during criminal and civil trials, a trusted, loyal consigliere. He's not an independent lawyer with a law firm. He is in-house. He is literally kept by the president on his personal leash. You may think I'm overstating it, but in fact, he demonstrated throughout that hearing, and the through line was, he will be guided by blind loyalty to the president and contempt for the law, enabling the president in continued corrupt crypto schemes, as well as condoning and empowering the president to establish a slush fund for January 6 rioters, as well as tax immunity Even though purportedly those agreements were limited, he will enable the president to circumvent these so-called agreements, which are a sham. They are a fraud on the United States Senate, just as Todd Blanche committed a fraud on the Florida United States District Court that referred him to the New York Bar for investigation in connection with that wrongdoing. Maya Angelou famously said, quote, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time," end quote. And Todd Blanche has shown us repeatedly who he is, who his boss is, and whose loyalty he will hold uppermost. You know, I was United States Attorney in Connecticut for 4.5 years, part of the Department of Justice, which I revered, more than just respected, in fact, revered, because it epitomized what lawyers should be in upholding the highest standards of ethics and morality. Even when we made an error, we were supposed to state it, in effect, acknowledge it before the court. I will never forget the first time I appeared before a United States District Court judge in Connecticut, a former federal prosecutor himself, and he asked me, "Who do you work for?" And I said, "The government." He said, "No, you work for and you represent the United States of America." Think of it for a moment. Walking into a courtroom representing the United States of America, sworn to uphold the Constitution, not any president, not a legislature, the United States of America. That is not what Todd Blanche has done as a Justice Department official under Donald Trump. It is not what he will do, as he showed clearly. Nothing epitomizes it better than the answer he gave at one point when he referred to the attack on the Capitol that occurred on January 6, 2021. We all remember it. We went through it. We saw it, the attack on the Capitol, which injured and contributed to deaths of our Capitol Police. He referred to it as, quote unquote, events. He couldn't bring himself to refer to it as an attack, as it clearly was, because Donald Trump will not allow any of his nominees to refer to the January 6th riot and insurrection as an attack on the Capitol. It was an attack designed to prevent the lawful and peaceful transition of power. And to call it anything else is disrespectful to the brave Capitol Police who defended us that day, and disqualifying for a judicial nominee and for any position of trust in the United States government. Earlier today, I participated in a press conference with some of the prosecutors, the career prosecutors who pursued convictions of those rioters for the serious violations of federal law that they incurred. They made the point that the failure to acknowledge an attack on the Capitol, or that President Biden won the 2020 election, shows a lack of independence that should be disqualifying. They have submitted a letter to all of us here. I ask that it be made a part of the record.
Without objection.
Because they make the point that these statements by nominees for executive office or for judgeships, in effect, perpetuate the big lie. Election deniers have no place on the bench or in the Department of Justice. And in fact, in response to my submitted questions relating to the 2020 election, Todd Blanche refused to state that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. And he stood by his prior statements, perpetuating the big lie. The through line here is whatever Donald Trump says, Todd Blanche does. He will do anything, say anything, conceal anything that serves Donald Trump's interests. Now, in some ways, the most tragic illustration of this through line is Todd Blanche's treatment of the Epstein survivors. Let's remember, he showed us again who he was when he re-victimized those survivors by completely botching the release of the Epstein files. He failed to redact the survivors' personal information and defied the Epstein Files Transparency Act by redacting unnecessary information. Why? To shield Donald Trump. That was the purpose of the meeting in the Situation Room, when the threat to release of additional files was to Donald Trump because he was mentioned in those files. And the Situation Room meeting, which is recounted in Regime Change, a recent book by Jonathan Swan and Maggie Hamerman, showed clearly the effort was not to do justice for the survivors, but to protect Donald Trump. He refused to meet with the survivors. He spent 2 whole days with Ghislaine Maxwell. Why? Well, we don't really know, because there was certainly no information useful to any investigation that emerged from it. What did happen was that she was transferred to a cushy prison camp and has remained silent. And when he finally agreed to meet with the survivors, they described it as demoralizing and degrading. In fact, they called it gaslighting. He protected Donald Trump at the expense of those survivors, and one of the most heinous sexual abuse and trafficking rings in American history has yet to produce the kinds of convictions necessary, the convictions in courts, the prosecutions of the co-conspirators and others complicit and legally responsible. That is not the conduct of an attorney general. It's the conduct of Donald Trump's personal lawyer. I'm his lawyer. That is the through line. He certainly was acting as Donald Trump's lawyer when he issued 2 documents recently, supposedly ending the contract that was involved in the agreement on Donald Trump's purported so-called lawsuit seeking damages from the revelation of his personal tax information. We know that 2 of our colleagues, Senator Cornyn and Tillis, said that they needed something in writing, but what they got in writing was virtually meaningless in showing that either the slush fund, the so-called anti-weaponization fund, or tax immunity was in any way materially changed. In fact, the document that purported to say that the trust fund was dead, in reality, is a sham. It is a fraud on the United States Senate, just as he allegedly committed a fraud on the court in Florida. The reason is quite simply that there was a contract here. The agreement produced that contract. The agreement was between Donald Trump and the United States. Donald Trump did not in any way forego or renounce any rights under that contract. It is still binding. He could go into court tomorrow and enforce it to establish the $1.8 billion thug fund. And likewise, the immunity agreement, which is unprecedented, worth hundreds of millions of dollars to Donald Trump, tax immunity from audits, in effect giving him a free pass for everything that occurred before this immunity, negotiated by Todd Blanche, with only Todd Blanche's signature on it. The limiting of that immunity from tax audits to Donald Trump, his sons, his organization, worth hundreds of millions. Unprecedented, unconscionable, and unacceptable from an Attorney General of the United States dealing with potential tax violations of law, signing away tax liability, no matter how serious it might be. It is unprecedented, and no one else but the president would even think of trying to get it in this way under these circumstances, and he was able to get it only because Todd Blanche acted as his personal lawyer, not as Attorney General of the United States. Senator Cornyn himself put it well at the hearing about this contract for the slush fund. Quote, "Just to be clear, the President of the United States, who was a plaintiff in this lawsuit, has not agreed in writing to delete the weaponization fund, and there's no guarantee that he or one of the other plaintiffs might raise that issue by way of a lawsuit in the future." Todd Blanche answered in the affirmative. He well knows that the document that he prepared and released does nothing to change that contractual obligation. The conversation that Todd Blanche had recently talking to individuals interested in reproductive rights, I think is extremely revealing and important. In a private call just last week, he said the quiet part out loud, that he would work to restrict abortion in every single state, all across the country. He wants to block states enacting their own policies and laws. He wants to make abortion access. States follow the law of abortion, ban states. In short, he wants to strip Americans of their right to choose and strip states of their right to govern. That is not the conduct or statement of an Attorney General of the United States carrying out and respecting the Constitution. It is fidelity to an ideologue, the president, who wants to impress his base, not represent the American people. And Todd Blanche showed us who he was when he ducked and dodged my question about deep sixing an investigation into possible pay-to-play commutation of a federally convicted felon, David Gentile. David Gentile reportedly paid $2.5 million to a broker to obtain clemency. That clemency robbed his victims of nearly $16 million in restitution. When a U.S. attorney tried to investigate, the Eastern District of New York U.S. attorney, Mr. Blanche reportedly killed the probe. That is not the behavior of an attorney general. That's Donald Trump's personal lawyer. So there is a powerful case against this nominee. I'm under no illusions. We've seen this movie before. We saw it again when my two colleagues, in effect, caved, voted for his nomination yesterday. I'm not here with rose-colored glasses. I know that Donald Trump will come down hard on any Republican colleague who has the temerity to say, we want a lawyer who represents the people, a lawyer who has fidelity to the Constitution and to the United States of America above the president. An attorney general who will follow the law and insist that no one is above the law and no one is beneath it. An attorney general who is true to the trust that we expect him to respect. Todd Blanche might be the president's lawyer, but we don't have to be the president's Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote against this confirmation and remain true to what we should be in upholding the trust and the Constitution of the United States. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose the nomination of Todd Blanche to serve as Attorney General of the United States. The Attorney General is supposed to be the people's lawyer, someone whose loyalty is to the Constitution and to the rule of law, not to any one person, even the President of the United States. But in this administration, the Attorney General and the Department of Justice are focused solely on pleasing one person, one man, no matter the cost to our country. Lest anybody forget, huge banners like the one displayed here hang outside the Department of Justice. The front door, as pictured here, and the other entrance to the Department of Justice. Every single day, the folks who are supposed to uphold our Constitution and the rule of law walk beneath these banners, reminding them that in this administration, their loyalty is to Donald Trump, not to the people of the United States. And one of the people who does that every day and who's demonstrated loyalty to the president over the Constitution is the person whose nomination is pending on this floor today, to be the Attorney General. It is crystal clear from Mr. Blanche's record as acting Attorney General and before that as Deputy Attorney General that he is still acting like Donald Trump's personal lawyer, a position he held before going to the Justice Department. And his record has shown us very clearly that he will continue to put the president's personal interests above the interests of the American people. That when he walks through that door to the great Department of Justice that is supposed to serve justice for the American people, he looks up and he sees Donald Trump. He was formerly the personal lawyer to Donald Trump. And even now at the Justice Department, he continues to demonstrate that he puts the president's interests above those of the Constitution and the rule of law. The Department of Justice has used taxpayer dollars to punish the president's adversaries, to reward his friends, and to pursue the president's personal vendettas. In a case that I'm very familiar with, the federal judge found that Mr. Blanche's statements about the department's case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia showed clear evidence of a vindictive prosecution. In other words, the judge found that Todd Blanche and the Department of Justice brought a case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia in a federal court because he had exercised his due process rights, to punish him for exercising his rights. So that judge threw out those charges. Under Mr. Blanche's leadership, department lawyers have resigned rather than participate in blatant prosecutions, like the prosecutions of James Comey and others. Career professional lawyers have resigned rather than participate in abuses of power, like the department's criminal investigation against Renee Good's partner after the shooting in Minneapolis. Instead of holding accountable or pursuing accountability for those who killed Renee Good. Think about that. This Department of Justice launched an investigation into the partner of Renee Good, who was shot and killed by DHS agents. Instead of investigating the shooting itself. Again, to please the dear leader in the White House, not to uphold the rule of law. We also know that the Department of Justice has lost 10,000 employees since the beginning of fiscal year 2025, and nearly 1/4 of its lawyers. Lawyers who signed up to uphold the rule of law and the Constitution, not serve the dear leader, acting through the dear leader's former attorney, personal attorney, Todd Blanche. Now they're hiring prosecutors with no prior legal experience and asking many of them to sign a pledge supporting not the Constitution, but the President of the United States. And we've seen how Mr. Blanche has acted as the President's personal lawyer since he's been at the Justice Department. We know, of course, of the outrageous $1.8 billion slush fund that was created to make payments to the President's political allies. When I asked Mr. Blanche at a hearing if those who assaulted police officers here on Capitol Hill on January 6th would be eligible for those payouts, taxpayer-funded payouts, he wouldn't rule it out. He wouldn't rule that out. And at the same time, he and the department entered into a sweetheart settlement providing extraordinary tax liability protections to the president, his family, and his businesses. Essentially, a get-out-of-jail-free card for non-payment of taxes due, if that was what had been ultimately found. And now, after Republican senators, and only after Republican senators, threatened to block his nomination, did Mr. Blanche issue an order supposedly rescinding the slush fund and narrowing the scope of those tax protections. By the way, even if you narrowed the scope the way it's supposed to there, the president and his family essentially get out of jail free card for past tax liabilities that may be due. So this deal's a sham. It's not worth the paper it's written on. It's not written into the law. And nothing prevents the department from restarting the slush fund once Mr. Blanche is confirmed. Now, that's not the only example of Mr. Blanche continuing to serve as the president's personal attorney while having the title of acting attorney general. We also see that in his handling of the Epstein files. During his time at the Justice Department, Mr. Blanche has withheld critical information regarding those files rather than seek justice for the brave survivors who have shared their stories of abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and his associates. When Mr. Blanche appeared before the Appropriations Subcommittee overseeing the Department of Justice, Senator Murray and I both asked him that if we connected him with the Epstein survivors, would he meet with them and hear them out? His answer, absolutely. He promised he would do so if we connected the survivors to him. Well, we followed up multiple times. Nearly 2 months later, he had not fulfilled the promise he made in that Senate committee hearing. He had still not met with the survivors. So Senator Murray and I wrote him a letter demanding that he fulfill the promise he made, because that should be a bare minimum for someone seeking this post. And it's pretty clear he had zero intent of keeping the promise made in public at that committee hearing until Senator Tillis said that he would not vote to move his nomination out of the committee until Mr. Blanche met with the survivors. After that threat was made, the meeting happened, but it was clear from reports about the meeting by the survivors that Mr. Blanche did not do so out of respect for them and out of a genuine interest to hear what they had to say, but simply to preserve chances of his confirmation. Because according to the survivors, it was nothing more than a check-the-box exercise. In fact, they said Mr. Blanche was condescending, that he was rude, and that he was dismissive. They were interrupted and told to, quote, get to the point, unquote. Well, Mr. President, someone who can tell the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes to, quote, get to the point is not a person we want defending the American people, because a nominee for Attorney General should demonstrate that their loyalty will be to the Constitution and the rule of law and getting justice for everybody in America, including the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, not to the President of the United States. So, Mr. President, I hope we will recognize that if we look at the conduct and actions and records of the acting Attorney General, that we will recognize that he is not suited for this position because his record shows he has not been upholding the rule of law and the Constitution. Instead, he's been doing the business of this one man. This photo was taken today. It's taken today. These big banners of Donald Trump have been hanging outside the Department of Justice for a long time, and they send an unmistakable message to people who work inside that they better serve the interests of this one person. And if instead there's a conflict between the interests of the people of the United States and this person, this tells them, serve the interests of the President of the United States. That is not the job of the Department of Justice, and it is not the job of the Attorney General. I urge my colleagues to oppose the nomination of Todd Blanche to be Attorney General of the United States. And I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened to the presentation by my colleague from Maryland and agree with everything he said. And the heart of the question is whether the person who's been nominated to serve as Attorney General will serve the people of the United States, or will he serve the President, to whom he has indicated blind, complete, servile loyalty. And the recitation of facts about what Mr. Blanche has done in this incredibly important job as acting Attorney General has made clear what his client is, who that client is. There's no place at the top of the Justice Department for a person who pledges personal loyalty to anyone other than the American people. But you know, the reality here is the President won't appoint anybody to the Attorney General's position who won't act as his personal attorney. And there's a sadness that I have about this whole story that is before us. It's the story of a person who, when he was a young man, young attorney, Todd Blanche, was extraordinarily talented, was very idealistic, was a prosecutor's prosecutor, and who did abide and uphold by the rule of law. He became a new person in service of a president that I believe is corrupt. $2 billion of income to the President of the United States in his first year raises more than a mild question. And this person now to be Attorney General in his acting Attorney General role essentially provided tax immunity to the President and to all of his children, families, and affiliates. It's totally outrageous. When you say it, you can't even believe the words are coming out of your mouth. It's absolutely unprecedented. It has nothing to do with the way the public business should be conducted. But Mr. Blanche, who has considerable talents, he's used those talents to enable and to facilitate and to cover up and to revise and accommodate the corrupt goals of a president I believe is corrupt. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, that's who the president wants. He wants someone who's going to do his work for him unquestioned, no matter what. But you know, there's another question that belongs right here in the United States Senate. Is there no line that the U.S. Senate will not allow this president to cross? The Senate confirmed Bondi, it confirmed Hegseth, it confirmed Patel, it confirmed Noem, and we're about to confirm Blanche. The president is abusing his authority, in my view, in every day and in every way, and that's shame on him. But the United States Senate is failing to use its authority, its power, on any day or in any way. Shame on the United States Senate. Mr. President, should not the U.S. Senate use its advice and consent authority to demand competence and integrity? Did the Senate do that with Bondi, with Noem, with Hegseth, with Patel, and now with Blanche? Should not the U.S. Senate use its taxing authority to stop tariffs that the vast majority of this body believe are hurting the American people and are not the right of the executive to impose? Should not the U.S. Senate use its constitutional power of the purse to stop the invasion by President Trump into the power of the purse? And should not the U.S. Senate use its constitutional authority over the awesome power to declare war and stop this illegal war in Iran that, in fact, President Trump is losing? Mr. President, the president is abusing his authority. We are failing to use ours. Stop capitulating today by rejecting this nomination. I yield back.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I am here today to join the chorus of opposition to Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General of the United States. Things that Republicans have purported to care about are disasters with this guy. Pam Bondi put the blame directly on Todd Blanche for the Department of Justice's foul-up with the Epstein files. That foul-up was pretty deadly serious for the women who were victims who had managed to keep that fact private until Todd Blanche and the DOJ fouled that up and put out their names, put out their addresses, put out their photographs, in some cases put out photographs with very little clothing on. Complete disruption of the lives of the victims of Epstein's depravity. Complete incompetence from a document production point of view. And on the other side, this guy actually participated in the Epstein cover-up. Remember that there was a witness who spoke to FBI agents about having been assaulted by Donald Trump when she was about 14 years old, physically assaulted and sexually assaulted. She spoke to the FBI at least 4 times. Those 4 times were recorded in FBI 302s. A 302 is the FBI name for the witness statement that the agents write up after an interview. So 4 times this woman had been interviewed about what had happened to her as a girl. 3 of those 302s specifically mentioned Donald Trump. In the disclosure that Todd Blanche made under the Epstein Files law, the only one of the 4 that got disclosed was the one that didn't mention Donald Trump. That ought to be disqualifying right there. Luckily, some very sharp investigators realized through gaps in bait stamp numbers that documents were missing and that the 3 302s had not been disclosed. And so Blanche was forced to cough those up. But behind a 302 come the agent notes. And there's still 37 pages of documents related to that are still suppressed, that are still covered up, that look to be the agent's notes, which should have been disclosed. So the cover-up continued with respect to allegations against Donald Trump. Where else did the cover-up continue? Well, the Treasury Department sent to the Department of Justice what are called suspicious activity reports. A suspicious activity report is what you get when international banking transactions look like something funny is afoot, look like there is, for instance, money laundering going on. In this case, it was money laundering and human trafficking concerns that provoked the suspicious activity reports. Well, you don't have to be a genius investigator to look at a suspicious activity report and deduce that it might have something to do with some suspicious activity. It's the title of the report, for Pete's sake. Billions of dollars of transactions were behind those suspicious activity reports. How many were investigated by the Blanche Department of Justice? 0. Turned a complete blind eye to that whole aspect of the Epstein files, even though the suspicious activity reports were right in front of them. And then he goes running down to Tallahassee to interview Epstein's comrade in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell. Did he use that interview to develop any new information, to go after people who were culpable in the Epstein files? No. He used that interview to extract exculpatory comments from her about Donald Trump. Oh, that he was a perfect gentleman. And the next thing you know, she's rewarded with a transfer to a club-fed type prison. What's the excuse for that? Oh, she was at risk. We felt she was in danger. Well, look, I've been around law enforcement for a long time. This is the first time I've ever seen a prisoner allegedly in danger be transferred to a less secure setting to solve the problem of danger. Right? You move the prisoner to a more secure setting, not to a less secure setting. It makes no sense. So in the Epstein files, Todd Blanche's fingerprints are all over the screw-up and the cover-up. Then we move on to the slush fund and the Trump family tax fraud amnesty, which was cooked up in a deal surrounding a federal court proceeding, which was such a mess that the judge in that federal court proceeding has gone back to look at what the heck happened. She was looking at whether something happened called fraud upon the court. You probably haven't heard of fraud upon the court. It's unusually rare. It is a thermonuclear ethics accusation. We've looked in the history of the Department of Justice. Fraud on the court has not even been alleged against any senior DOJ official, ever, ever. And here you have a court that opened a proceeding, an inquiry into whether or not there was fraud on the court, and that's still pending. There is still every reason to believe that Blanche may be found culpable for putting a fraud on the court together to cook up the slush fund tax amnesty scheme. That is pretty unheard of. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon in this Blanche Department of Justice. There is a cascade of criticism from federal courts about misconduct by this Department of Justice, misconduct that is unprecedented. I will tell you, I was the U.S. Attorney for the District of Rhode Island. If judges had used words like this about my attorney's conduct in their courtrooms, there would have been consequences. At a minimum, there would have been staff meetings. There could have been referrals to the Office of Professional Responsibility. There could have been apologies required to the court. There could have been a reboot, internal office discipline of what's going on with this case. But when a judge says that the government's argument is disingenuous, when the judge says that the government's argument is a pretext for something else, when the judge says that the government has engaged in bad faith, each one of those is a four-alarm fire word. In medicine, there are things that they call never events, things that should never happen in a hospital that you protect against. These are never event words coming from federal judges. And yet they are commonplace in the corrupted Department of Justice run by Todd Blanche. As to his complicity in the Epstein files cover-up, I offer a letter from Epstein survivors to Senators Tillis and Cornyn and ask that that be incorporated at the end of my remarks.
Without objection.
With respect to the destruction of the Department of Justice that he has wrought, I would also ask that we add George Will's column called Against Todd Blanche.
Without objection.
And with respect to this litany of criticism of the honesty of the Blanche Department of Justice, I would like to add a ProPublica article entitled Federal Judges Chastise Trump's Justice Department for, quote, unlawful, quote, unethical, and, quote, unseemly conduct, whose first sentence begins, across the country, federal judges are calling out Department of Justice lawyers, questioning in unprecedented ways whether they can be trusted to tell the truth or uphold centuries-old legal norms. I ask unanimous consent for that.
Without objection.
And then this isn't just a problem in American legal communities. There's a global magazine called The Economist magazine, which, by the way, does not run liberal. It's a fairly conservative publication. The cover story in the July 18th Economist is a picture of the Department of Justice logo and the title, Degradation in Process. I asked that the Economist magazine article, there are actually two. One is the opening article that they lead with before they get to the main article, and the second is the main article, that the two articles about the degradation of the Department of Justice under Todd Blanche be added to the record as well.
Without objection.
Last, there's a group called Just Security, which keeps track of what goes on in federal courts. This is a binder of the cases that they have put together in which a federal judge is harshly criticizing the integrity or the competence of the Department of Justice. This binder, frankly, should not exist. This is two-sided, by the way. These many cases, it is just astounding. I'm not going to ask that this all be put into the record, but I will note that if you look at justsecurity.org, you can look at their report published on March 19, 2026. It gets regularly updated. And if you want to go through it, you can see truly appalling criticisms by federal judges of every appointment background against incompetence and dishonesty by the Blanche Department of Justice. Where that really hits the road is with something called the presumption of regularity. You all might not know what the presumption of regularity is, but it's a benefit that the government enjoys. That as a matter of policy, the federal judiciary has determined that the federal government is generally so honest and competent that its proceedings will be given the presumption of regularity, that the benefit of the doubt will go to the Department of Justice lawyers and to the government agencies involved, unless the adversary can prove otherwise. Courts will presume that the government has done the right thing, and over again we have seen judges say that presumption of regularity is now shot because there is so much dishonesty and incompetence coming out of the Department of Justice. That is unprecedented. There are hundreds of other reasons to vote against this most reprehensible Attorney General nominee in American history, but the very specific ones about his complicity in the Epstein files screw-up and cover-up, his being the first senior Department of Justice official in the history of the United States to face a fraud on the court inquiry where the judge already decided that the proceeding was a sham and that the parties were in collusion with each other and that the whole thing was done in bad faith, and that that's not an isolated incident, that is part of a pattern of incompetence, dishonesty out of the Department of Justice that has never before happened in the United States of America. If my Republican colleagues want to get behind that, if they're cool with an Attorney General who has that record, that's on you. I yield the floor.
The senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, every parent in America, they want the same thing. They want to know that their kids are safe. As United States senators, each of us has a responsibility to the millions of parents that we represent to put the safety and the welfare of American kids first. And that's exactly why just 9 months ago on this very floor, 76 members of this body voted to close the hemp loophole that allowed these dangerous substances to be sold in unregulated retail stores. But since last November, the intoxicating hemp industry has attempted to delay our effort to close this dangerous loophole. I mean, I show you some of the products that you can find in some of these stores. Looks like a familiar brand, but if you look closely, well, sometimes they use the brand name, but how about something like Slizzles? Pretty deceptive. You know, these companies want to continue selling these intoxicating THC substances loosely labeled as hemp products. They want to put them on the shelves of local convenience stores, gas stations, and grocery stores nationwide. And the problem doesn't stop there. The packaging is unmistakably designed to appeal to kids. They use bright colors, they intentionally mimic popular snack food and candy brands like this. But what's most concerning is how easy it is for a child to walk into a convenience store and pick up what looks like their favorite snack or their favorite candy without realizing that they're actually buying an intoxicating substance. You can see what might be a familiar brand here, but it's Stonio. How about that? So it's difficult enough for an adult to distinguish the minor difference on these name brand products and intoxicating substances on the shelves. I mean, just look at the examples. So are you telling me that this is not intentional? You know, the four basic principles of marketing: product, price, place, and promotion. And what we're looking at right here, it's a crash course in all four. How to package a product, how to make it appealing, how to put it in front of consumers, and how to promote it while attempting to evade federal law. You know, this is not some innocent coincidence. You don't accidentally create packaging for an intoxicating substance that bears a strange resemblance to a recognizable brand. You don't accidentally make an intoxicating product look something like a child would recognize from a grocery store shelf without reasonable intent. Now, this is marketing by design, and it's designed to evade the law. The resemblance here is absolutely outrageous, and it's putting our kids at risk each and every day. And over the past few years, we've already seen the horrifying consequences play out in emergency rooms across the country. From 2018 to 2023, emergency departments in the United States that responded to pediatric cannabis poisoning increased by 461%. 91% of those patients were 4 years or younger. 91%. And 45% of those kids, ages 0 to 11, 45% of them required hospitalization. These numbers, they're not just statistics. They represent children ending up in emergency rooms, 45% of them. And why? Because the intoxicating hemp industry wants to make a cheap dollar. Now, in my home state of North Carolina, cannabis consumption-coded emergency department visits among minors, they increased by 969% between 2017 and 2025. It's almost 1,000% increase. That's nothing short of alarming. THC can have very serious consequences for adults. It can trigger psychosis, addiction, manic episodes, bipolar relapse, depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. And having assessed those risks, it makes it utterly irresponsible to turn around and put those same THC substances within reach of our kids. It's also impacting our workforce. Able-bodied adults, they're unable to hold jobs that require them to take a drug test. Stores near military bases sell these products to men and women in the armed services, making them ineligible for military service. And that's also no accident. Mr. President, I can't tell you how many times that I've sat down with a family in my office that have tragically lost a son or a daughter because they became addicted to these disguised substances. And it's just heartbreaking to witness. It's heartbreaking to have those conversations. And yet, they keep coming to my office, and we keep hearing their stories. There are young people who no longer walk this earth. They will never graduate. They will never go to college. They will never start a career. They will never get married. They will never have children. And they will never get the chance to experience the life that was ahead of them because these dangerous substances robbed them of their future. And I am appalled at the well-oiled, slick lobbying machine, which is very well connected in this town, by the way, that has chosen to wage this surreptitious war against our efforts to protect American children. So let me be clear to my colleagues. I'm not going to back down on this. I'm not going to waver. I'm not going to stop until this life-threatening loophole is closed permanently. And we're going to have this fight before the end of this Congress, and I can assure you that I'm not going to stop fighting to protect American children. And I've already had numerous conversations with the White House about this issue. And I'm willing to have a larger conversation about marijuana. We may not agree, but I'll have the conversation. But I want to make one thing really, really clear. Making THC, intoxicating substances, readily accessible to our kids is an entirely different issue from the medical marijuana movement. Today, we're talking about unregulated hemp products being sold on the shelves of nearly every corner store in America. These intoxicating substances, they're hiding in plain sight, and they're putting our kids at risk. Parents should never have to face the fear that sending their child into a convenience store for a snack or a treat could mean that child walks out with a product that can get them high. And that's not too much to ask, it's just common sense. And it's our responsibility to make sure that the millions of parents that we represent, that they can trust the products sitting on store shelves, that they are safe for their kids. I'm not here to obstruct the Senate for the sake of obstruction. I'm here because I have a duty to the millions of parents in North Carolina who have sent me to Washington to be their voice and, above all, to protect their children. To every parent in North Carolina, I hear you. I stand with you. You have my word. I'm not going to back down, and I'm not going to stop fighting until we get this right. This is a public health crisis that deserves this Senate's immediate attention. Our children should never be the testing ground for an industry willing to exploit a loophole in federal law for profit. We need to strip this amendment from the continuing resolution and regulate these harmful substances for exactly what they are, not what the industry wants to call them. So if substances cause intoxication like marijuana, then it should be regulated as such, not given a free pass as hemp. There is no loophole worth putting a child's well-being at risk.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Budd, Grassley, Hawley, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Kelly, Padilla, Reed, Schiff, Slotkin, and Welch. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Curtis. Aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. McCormick. Aye. Mr. Wicker. Aye. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. King. No. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Johnson, aye. You're not back. Are you? Mr. Cruz, aye. Graham, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Marshall, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Murray, no.
Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Rounds,
Aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Ossoff, no.
Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Schatz? No. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. You ready?
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 44. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The clerk will report the nomination to a vote cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate and the provisions of SRES 817 from the 119th Congress, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on executive calendar numbers 729, 730, 731, 732, 733.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that debate on the en bloc nominations provided for under provisions of SRES 817 shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Banks, Budd, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Langford, McCormick, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tuberville, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Sanders, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher,
Definitely question her on that.
aye. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Hassan, Ms. Hassan. No. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye.
By the vote of 50, the yeas are 50, the nays are 44. The motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 817. The nomination listed there are pending in block. I couldn't even. I'm texting. Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I rise today to ask the Senate body to join me in the stopping of the funding of viral gain-of-function research. Viral gain-of-function research is what led, of course, to the COVID virus being developed and, of course, the COVID epidemic. And I think it's important to pause and stop and think why this is still important, what is we now, 5, 6 years later. We all know we lost 1 million Americans to this COVID virus. 20 million Americans still suffer from long COVID. Many, many Americans died alone, maybe at a nursing home, maybe in their own home, but they weren't allowed to have their own children, their spouses come visit them in those last moments of their life. We had tens of millions of students miss their senior year of high school, their senior year of college. Maybe it was the state track meet, maybe it was the state softball team they've been working on their whole life. We had kids that still have learning disability or lagging in their learning, specifically reading, not to mention their social interactions and their social development. That this COVID virus left a huge physical, economic, and emotional scar on America. And that's why I'm asking that we stop this viral gain-of-function research. And I'm so proud that the President recently has agreed to stop the funding. I've been calling for the stopping of this since 2021 as well. And I think it's important to realize how Anthony Fauci evaded the intentions of Congress and the rules from his own White House. Even President Obama asked him to stop doing viral gain-of-function research. But of course, Anthony Fauci had more attorneys than Carter has pills. And they always found some loophole. And then when they couldn't do it here, then he offshored the funding of this. But make no mistake about it, the United States was funding viral gain-of-function research for decades. This was Anthony Fauci's baby. He thought that this was his ticket to a Nobel Prize. You know, whether you're a physician like myself or a mom or dad or a business person, military officers, you always got to sit there and weigh the benefits and the risk of something like this. I mean, what the benefits are, I'm not sure of. You know, maybe, they said it was so that if some unknown organism appeared, that we'd be able to develop a vaccine. But of course, the downside was always the fear of risk of a virus they made in a laboratory, of it escaping. And of course, why wouldn't there be? Multiple times in history, viruses, microorganisms have escaped from laboratory. It's practically impossible to control them. 1978, a smallpox virus escaped from a lab in the United Kingdom. 2007, foot and mouth virus accidentally released from the United Kingdom lab. 2014, the CDC had an anthrax issue. Again in 2014, NIH FDI, there was unsecured smallpox vials seen. These mice that we're doing experiments on, infecting them with these monster viruses from time to time escape. So it just seems like we were set up for failure. And again, despite scientists after scientists, presidents after presidents warning Anthony Fauci to stop doing this research, he persisted and he persisted and he persisted until finally COVID-19 was accidentally released from a lab in Wuhan, China, and the rest is history. And that's why I think it's so important that we stop the funding for this once and for all. Let's codify what the president has done here and make sure, at least until someone can come to this Congress and say, look, we have a foolproof system for keeping this in control. But when you're making monster viruses, the worst case scenario is probably some type of terrorism. that it would be so easy once these are made to be replicated and turned into a terrorist weapon, much more of a serious consequential threat to America than nuclear warheads are. And think about this, that this virus alone has exponentially been more lethal than all the years of nuclear weapons. This bill does one simple thing. It stops federal tax dollars from funding the kind of research that can turn a virus into a weapon. No more offshoring risk to avoid oversight. No more asking permission from the very agencies that created the problem. And that's why today, Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of S-738, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Objection is heard. Senator from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that Dan Alpert, a detailee in my office, and Michael Malachowski, a law clerk in my office, be granted floor privileges until the end of the 119th Congress.
Without objection. Senator from Iowa.
Are we in a quorum call, Mr. President?
We are not, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, during my 12 years in the Senate, I have exposed many outlandish examples of government waste. For example, I uncovered that Washington sent nearly $500 million to China to pay for everything from poetry projects to dangerous research on bats. Another $870 million of U.S. taxpayer money went to Russia. This includes more than $770,000 from the National Institutes of Health sent to a state-run lab in Russia to put cats on treadmills. How did I uncover these crazy trails of money to our foreign adversaries? It's quite simple. For 20 years now, the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act has required unclassified government spending to be put online in a searchable public website, U.S. Spending proceedings.gov. This allows taxpayers to see for themselves how the money they are sending to Washington is spent. Bureaucrats, however, have been hiding tens of billions of dollars distributed through secret spending arrangements known as other transaction agreements, or OTAs, by not publicly disclosing these expenditures on usaspending.gov. The Pentagon alone has obligated $77.7 billion for thousands of OTAs over just the past 5 years, through over 30,000 hard-to-track contracts. The lack of transparency with OTAs is having a real impact. According to the Government Accountability Office, the Pentagon, quote, cannot assess the extent to which OTAs are delivering capabilities to the warfighter, end quote. The Office of the Inspector General also found the Pentagon doesn't even have an accurate count of OTAs or their dollar values. OTAs are also being used by the Departments of Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, Transportation, Energy, as well as NASA. We recently learned that NIH's new ARPA-H biomedical research contracts are being processed as OTAs through the Interior Department. This means if you want to know the details behind NIH's biomedical research contracts, you practically have to be a data wizard and know where to look deep in the Department of, where did I say? Department of Interior's databases. I know it makes no sense. As we witnessed last week, we can't get answers from Dr. Fauci about what NIH has been funding because he is hiding behind the Fifth Amendment. Taxpayers deserve to know how their dollars are being spent in Washington, and we have an obligation here to show them. In June, the Senate unanimously passed my bipartisan Stop Secret Spending Act to require OTAs to be publicly disclosed on usaspending.gov, just like all other government spending. I very much appreciate Senators Peters and Hassan, whose support was critical for making this happen. I was also delighted last month when the House approved the bipartisan companion bill introduced by Representatives Moore and Panetta, which is now at the desk here in the Senate. We all know Congress can't agree on very much these days. So it makes a very powerful statement when folks on both sides of the aisle and from both chambers come together by passing this transparency bill to hold Washington accountable for how Americans' tax dollars are being spent. With fraudsters stealing $1.4 billion every single day, we need this information now so we can account for who is taking tax dollars and why they are taking them. Earlier today, I attended the meeting of the Vice President's task force to eliminate fraud at the White House, and the success of this effort depends on being able to track how dollars are being spent. Unfortunately, some governors are impeding anti-fraud efforts by blocking access to spending information about how tax dollars from Washington are being spent in their own states. We can't stop what we can't see, but we can do our part by passing the Stop Secret Spending Act today. This bill will end the secrecy about how tens of billions of dollars are being spent every single year. There are no excuses for delaying sending this bill to the president today to become law. In fact, the only reason to oppose the Stop Secret Spending Act is if you have something to hide. As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 2069, which was received from the House. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Reserving the right to object. I understand that my colleague from Iowa is deeply interested in getting this legislation passed, and I appreciate the diligence and effort she has devoted to this legislation. This is a good bill. I support her bill. Indeed, I voted for her bill, as did every other member of this body. But the Senate also has a great many other bills that we are working on, that we have passed, and that have run into a roadblock in the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives currently is refusing to take up Senate-passed bills, and rather is passing almost exclusively House bills. This is an unreasonable position for the House to take. And indeed, it is not a theoretical position. It is what the House has done on this very bill. On this bill, Senator Ernst introduced it. The Senate passed it unanimously. It was sent to the House, and what did the House do? They did not pass the Senate-passed bill. Instead, they passed essentially the identical bill, but as a House measure. Now, mind you, that was not because they had any substantive objections to Senator Ernst's bill, but rather it was because they were refusing to do their job as another chamber in this Congress. Among the bills that the Senate has passed that are sitting languishing at the House right now is a bill that I have worked very hard to pass called Trey's Law. Trey's Law is named for Trey Carlock, a beloved citizen of Dallas who tragically, as a young boy, was a victim of sexual assault at a summer camp. Litigation ensued, and Trey ended up signing an NDA where he was blocked by law from sharing the details of the horrific sexual abuse he endured. That silence weighed on Trey powerfully, and he ultimately took his own life at age 28. Trey's Law is an initiative that has been championed by Trey's sister Elizabeth. Numerous states, including my home state of Texas, including, Mr. President, your home state of Missouri, have passed Trey's Law. And in the Senate, I introduced Trey's Law as bipartisan legislation, and the Senate passed it 100-0. And it is sitting at the House, languishing, not because anyone objects to it, but simply because the House has decided not to process Senate bills. So, as my friend Senator Ernst knows, I have placed a hold on House bills until the House starts taking up and passing Senate bills. I have been actively in negotiation with House leadership, and I'm confident this issue will get resolved. The House is going to take up and do their job and pass Senate bills, and the Senate will likewise take up and pass House bills. And I am confident in particular that Senator Ernst will succeed in passing this bill into law this year with my enthusiastic support. But often in Congress, the only way to get a change of action is to exercise leverage. And that is what I am doing now to get the House to take up and pass important bills. And so, Therefore, at this time at least, I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Iowa.
No, I can appreciate the dilemma that many of us are in as we debate these very important bills. And they are very important bills. And so what I have in front of me here at my desk is a list of 59 House bills that have been passed this Congress. They are HR bills, they're HJ Resolution 140, HR 7147, 59 House bills that have already passed through the Senate in this Congress. Now, I understand that we all have ways that we have to use leverage. I completely understand that. Matter of fact, the bill that I had passed through this chamber, I would love to have it as an S bill, a Senate bill. And I would love to see my name at the top of the bill rather than a House bill. The companion bill was passed by the House. So again, I'd love to see my name at the top of the bill and it listed as a Senate bill. I discussed it with my staff. I'm in the last 6 months of my final term in the United States Senate. I'd love to have more of my legacy items with my name on them. But I told my staff, it's more important that we get these bills done. I don't care if it's a House bill. I don't care if this has my name all over it. The important thing is that when we have good pieces of legislation put in front of us, and that we've worked hard in a bipartisan manner, in a bicameral manner, and it's good for the American people, that we move forward with those bills. So I am disappointed today that my piece of legislation under the title of a House bill will not be moving. And I know that many of our constituencies will be greatly disappointed. I do hope in the future that between the Senate Republican leadership and House Republican leadership, that we can come together on these issues. Because this is not good for the American people when we have this infighting on good, solid pieces of legislation. We can do better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, the price of everything is up, and that's on purpose. It's on purpose because Donald Trump made it so. We are not in the middle of a pandemic or a recession or a national emergency, but the President of the United States has decided that Americans should pay more for everything. Food, gas, electricity, healthcare, housing, clothes, everything. And so while he's busy lining his pockets with crypto schemes and insider information subscription programs, regular people can't afford their lives. Now, I say he's doing this on purpose because these are deliberate policy choices that he's made. First, it was the tariffs that jacked up the prices of goods across the board. Tomatoes went up 40%. Coffee went up by 20%. Clothes and car seats were up by 20%. Electronics shot up by hundreds of dollars. And so if it wasn't as if you could avoid the hit by not shopping at a particular store for a particular thing. And people in Hawaii are very expert at figuring out, okay, turkey's high, let's get chicken. Okay, pork is high, let's get beef. The difference now is there's no escape. Literally, everything is up. And that's because the President of the United States has decided through this Iran war, through the tariffs, through the energy bans, through the Medicaid and Medicare cuts, through the ACA cuts, through the nutrition cuts, to make literally every aspect of your life more expensive. Then came the one big beautiful bill where in order to cut taxes for billionaires, Trump and the Republicans slashed subsidies for affordable health care and food assistance. And I want you to understand, this sounds like the kind of thing a partisan would say, and it is. But it's also true that the way they paid for tax cuts for the wealthiest people and the wealthiest corporations on this planet, the way they literally paid for it, is to take away people's health care. Without the enhanced premium tax credits, ACA premiums went up by close to 60%. And as a result, millions of Americans are living without health care this year. Millions of Americans are living without health care this year, not by choice, but by force. And I want to read some of what those people had to say about it. A man in Texas said, quote, "The prices are simply too high. I don't think we could afford our mortgage if I had to pay for health insurance. If I had a catastrophic health event, it makes more sense for me to just declare bankruptcy than it would for me to be delinquent on our other payments." Here's another one, 38-year-old from Alabama. "I can't afford insurance. I can't afford health care without insurance, so basically just hoping and praying I don't get sick. People are having to gamble on their health so that the richest people ever to live can pay even less in taxes. And the price hikes aren't over yet because premiums are set to rise by double digits again next year, according to proposals from insurers. Aside from health care, the Republican tax bill also compounded Trump's ban on wind and solar energy. They are banning wind and solar energy, which is not only clean and helps us to address the climate crisis, it's just the quickest and cheapest energy that we can possibly get on the grid. And so it's not like we're in 1970 and we're arguing about the climate crisis versus the price that people pay on their utility bills. Now, the way to address the climate crisis is to do a lot more wind and solar, and the benefit is that it's the cheapest form of energy. And yet, this president has banned wind and solar energy through their administrative actions, and that is spiking the price of utilities across the country. And that's all before you factor in the war in Iran, which, in addition to being a spectacular failure that has achieved very little of Trump's own stated goals, has also caused gas and energy and food prices to spike everywhere. Gas is over $4 right now nationally, and it's even higher in Hawaii at $5.45. Diesel is $1.60 more than it was a year ago, which means that we're all paying more at stores for deliveries and transportation. In Hawaii, electricity bills went up 20% in 1 month. 20% in 1 month because of skyrocketing oil prices. And food prices continue to climb everywhere as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz extends a global fertilizer shortage. It is common for presidents to have to deal with the problems related to the economy, and specifically, what can be a real political killer is the question of inflation. But this is very unusual and maybe unprecedented in American history. You have a president of the United States whose stated policy on tariffs, on energy, on Iran, on health care, on food, is to raise the price of everything. That is not a sort of accidental outcome of his economic policy. It is his economic policy to raise the price of everything. People are going broke, and they are doing it to you on purpose. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was never going to come out here and support Todd Blanche for a long list of reasons. I do believe he is one of the most corrupt Justice Department officials in our country's history, for one. He was Trump's former personal lawyer, and it seems that he never quit. The only difference now is that taxpayers are signing its checks instead of Trump. He was the one who negotiated a $1.8 billion slush fund to pay off violent insurrectionists, and who cut a backroom deal to give the president and his entire corrupt family immunity from IRS investigations. Not to forget, Todd Blanche is the guy who botched the Epstein files so badly, survivors had their names and faces exposed, while the names of alleged abusers were hidden. This is a man who wouldn't meet with survivors until senators put him under a tremendous amount of public pressure, and when the meeting eventually got on the books, survivors made it crystal clear Blanche didn't listen to them. He was more interested in checking a box than hearing their stories or bringing them justice. All of that is, of course, absolutely unacceptable and disqualifying. But I come here today to sound the alarm on some of the most disturbing comments I've ever heard from the nation's top law enforcement official. Mr. President, I guess Todd Blanche thought no one was listening, because on a private call with anti-abortion activists, Mr. Blanche told us all exactly what he plans to do if senators confirm him. His goal was to make the Dobbs decision, and I quote, permanent in every single state. Every single state, not just Texas or Idaho. He wants to ban abortion in Washington state, in California, in New York, in every state. He told them, quote, we will have victory, and victory will be soon, and it will be permanent. Victory over what exactly? Victory over women who just want to make their own health care decisions? Victory over patients in states where abortion is legal? Where voters have said over and over at the ballot box, keep your hands off our rights. Now, a DOJ spokesperson tried to clean up Blanche's words, saying he was only focused on restricting access to medication abortion in all 50 states, as if that's somehow better. Well, I'm here to say I believe the tape. I believe Todd Blanche's own words. So let's be crystal clear about what this vote is. A vote to confirm Todd Blanche is a vote to endorse his fight to ban abortion in all 50 states. Whatever happened to this state's decision? So every Republican who votes yes is voting for exactly that, his words, not mine, and any Republican who votes to confirm him will own that in every state, in every election. So, Mr. President, this isn't just a confirmation vote anymore. It is a roll call vote on which senators endorse banning abortion in all 50 states from the federal level. I'm voting no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I'm here to take us into the upcoming vote, the Congressional Review Act vote, with respect to a EPA rule related to PFAS. For those of you who aren't following this, PFAS is a dangerous and toxic substance that I think Republicans and Democrats alike see as a dangerous and inadequately regulated substance. Unfortunately, it is particularly prevalent in military installations, and particular exposure has been faced by veterans and also by folks who are in our emergency response community, firefighters. Airports get a lot of it because of the firefighting drills that they have to have. It's a very significant problem, and there was a rule that required reporting about PFAS use. Manufacturers and importers just have to say, here's what we're doing. But it's important to get that information out so that people can understand where the exposure is to these toxic PFAS chemicals. Well, just before, like 4 days before that reporting window is supposed to open and require reporting of PFAS exposure, Trump's EPA announced a new interim rule with a delay of the reporting requirement until next year. They delayed it once. That delay ran out. This is a second delay First of all, I don't think there's any need for a delay. Second of all, there's every reason to believe that the chemical industry is behind weakening PFAS protections during the delay period. That would be consistent with the Trump EPA's favoritism towards any pollutant, any polluter, all the time. So here we are with the deadline for reporting. This isn't regulation, this is reporting, public information that is being scrapped and extended. And I would hope, because of the fact that PFAS contamination dangers fall across red and blue states alike, that we could send a bipartisan message today through this Congressional Review Act back to EPA saying, no, you don't get a second delay. Start the reporting right now. If you want to come back and weaken the standard, we'll fight you on that, but that's a separate fight. At least let's get the reporting on PFAS contamination out there. So I urge my colleagues to support this Congressional Review Act. I understand that the distinguished chairman of the Environment and Public Works Committee would like to respond, so I ask unanimous consent that Senator Capito be recognized and that at the conclusion of her remarks, I be recognized to go through the parliamentary steps necessary for the vote.
Without objection. Senator from West Virginia.
I thank the distinguished senator from Rhode Island for recognizing me, but also for giving me a chance to talk about my opposition to SJ Res 187. As he explained, this resolution would rescind Trump's EPA extension of a start date for PFAS reporting under Section 8 of TSCA. The CRA only does one thing about the rule, and that's the date that the reporting window opens. It would force the window to open months before the EPA's reporting system is even ready to receive submissions. The EPA moved this date for a straightforward reason. The infrastructure needed to support this reporting program is still being built. Companies filing this data through companies will file this data through EPA's electronic system, the Central Data Exchange. Across two administrations, that's the previous administration and this one, the EPA has moved this reporting window 3 separate times for this very reason, because the electronic platform that companies must use is just not complete. Both the Biden and the Trump era EPA have explained in detail the technical challenges associated with this reporting program. This rule requires that the collection of more than a decade of historic PFAS information from thousands of entities across a broad range of uses. The CRA cannot make the EPA build the system faster, and it won't address contamination or pollution in the interim. The only real effect it will have is to force an unworkable deadline, not to stand up a PFAS reporting system that works for the long term, and that's what we all want. So consider what passing this would really mean. It would set a federal reporting deadline that is physically impossible to meet, putting both regulated entities and the EPA in a very difficult position. There is no finished system to file through, and there's no time left to assemble all of those years of data. And it would do this while exposing small businesses and manufacturers to potential enforcement for failing to comply with a reporting requirement that EPA itself has concluded cannot be met. So I've seen the impact of PFAS contamination firsthand in my home state of West Virginia. And I think Senator Whitehouse and I agree that this is an issue, an important issue, that we need to address. I've led efforts to try to clean up legacy contamination, protect communities that did not cause this pollution, like our water utilities and our farmers, and to ensure that polluters bear the responsibility for the PFAS cleanup. I've helped secure funding to address PFAS contamination in the communities that need it the most. And I've chaired hearing after hearing on PFAS cleanup, disposal, and liability. So I think my record is very clear on this. So addressing PFAS should not be a partisan issue. We shouldn't, both parties, both chambers, both of us, and 2 consecutive administrations have recognized PFAS is a serious public health challenge that requires practical solutions. But this does not make PFAS reporting more effective. It does not make the reporting system come online any faster, and it does not provide communities with better data. So I would urge a no vote for my colleagues, and with that, I'll yield back to Senator Whitehouse.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Well, I'm sorry that we can't agree on this particular provision, because we are working together on so many things so well. But I'll have to confess, I have real doubts about whether EPA is really trying to put this together as deadline after deadline slips and slips and slips. So perhaps we'll see what happens. But if for some reason this CRA should fail, perhaps we can come back again after EPA slips the deadline again and perhaps has baked in some goodies for the PFAS industry along the way. And if we can't do it today, then soon send a bipartisan message to the EPA to knock it off and get about their business with PFAS. So with that, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to calendar number 532, SJ Res 187.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 532, SJ Res 187, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
And I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Booker, Cantwell, Murphy, Murray, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Capito, Cotton, Fisher, Marino. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Ernst? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Oh, Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Budd? No. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Marshall? No. Ms. Warren? Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Kane? No. Mr. Husted, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Armstrong, no.
Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith? Aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane? Aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed? Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester? Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz? Aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no.
How do we do it?
Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McCormick? Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Haggerty? Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Fetterman? Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 50. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the majority whip.
Move to proceed to executive session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate is currently considering the nomination of Todd Blanche to serve as Attorney General of the United States. The Attorney General is one of the most important positions in the U.S. government. Not only does the Attorney General serve as a trusted member of the President's cabinet, but he also leads the Department of Justice, the agency responsible for enforcing the laws of the land and hopefully, traditionally, enforcing them in a nonpartisan way. That's a difficult job in any administration, but under this president, who values personal loyalty above pretty much all else, it may well be impossible. During his confirmation hearing, Mr. Blanche was asked about his relationship with the president. He responded, "I'm his lawyer," before quickly correcting himself to say that he previously was his lawyer. Now, this wasn't a slip. This was a tell. Mr. Blanche will not be an impartial check on the president. And here's another tell. For months, Mr. Blanche has insisted the Department of Justice slush fund is dead. Yet as recently as this weekend, President Trump was saying the exact opposite. He defended the fund. So when Mr. Blanche says the slush fund is dead or the slush fund isn't moving forward, don't believe him, not for 1 second. His word is worth about as much as a Trump meme coin. During reconciliation, we introduced an amendment to permanently end the DOJ slush fund. Despite bipartisan support, it ultimately was voted down. That means taxpayers could still be on the hook for paying bounties, rewards to people who attacked our democracy, attacked this Capitol. At a time when working families are struggling with rising costs, the last people the federal government should seek to reward, to subsidize, are those who assault our elections. People like convicted election criminal Tina Peters, who tried to undermine Colorado's free and fair elections. People like the January 6th rioters, my first full day of work in this position, the rioters who stormed this very chamber in an attempt to tear apart our democracy. The DOJ slush fund isn't dead. It's dormant. Until Congress permanently closes this avenue through legislation, we shouldn't rely on assurances alone. If there's even a chance that this fund could be revived, this confirmation, this moment, is when this chamber and its members have the greatest leverage to act. We should not surrender that leverage for promises that can be undone at the president's whim. A DOJ letter promising to end the slush fund isn't law. It isn't binding, and it's certainly not enough. Now, to be clear, we don't believe Mr. Blanche will break all of his promises. When he says behind closed doors that he wants Dobbs v. Jackson decision to become, in his words, permanent in every state, end quote, we should believe him. When someone reveals himself to you, generally a good idea to believe them. Whether it's abortion access or access to the ballot box, we should have little confidence that this new Attorney General will not target Colorado or other blue states, because that's exactly what his boss wants. We cannot allow a fox to guard the henhouse. We need an Attorney General who is loyal to the Constitution, not to President Trump. Mr. Blanche does not seem to be that person. Mr. Blanche is not that person. I strongly oppose his confirmation and urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back the floor.
President.
I recognize the senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, we have a drug problem in this country today. And right now, there is an industry that is targeting our children with look-alike products with intoxicating levels of THC. THC is tetrahydrocannabinols. Now, this is the psychoactive ingredient that you find in marijuana. How could we possibly let this happen? Well, let's take a step back. In 2018, we passed a farm bill. And at the time, there were those who wanted to separate hemp, a plant that has some THC in it, from cannabis, which is a marijuana plant. Hemp used to be grown in this country, made rope back in the 1940s, and this is what we were told was going to happen. So the bill was written, but in that farm bill, it said you had to keep the THC for Delta 9, a certain type of THC, down to 0.3% by dry weight. Well, what happened is some clever chemist figured out that you could take this product, which makes CBD oil, right, which is commonly available, and take CBD oil, chemically alter it, and create Delta 8 and Delta 10, which also has those intoxicating effects. And the problem is this is all unregulated. And so an industry exploded. An industry that in part targeted our kids with look-alike products that had THC in intoxicating levels and targeted kids with them. So, for example, we've got an example here of Sour Patch Kids, lookalikes. And you may say, why are they doing that? Well, they are trying to grow their market share. And sadly, the outcome was, this past July, a 3-year-old and 4-year-old in Nebraska took these out of their mom's purse and got THC poisoning. And even worse news is that this is not an uncommon occurrence. We have seen the potency of THC over the last few years from 1995 to 2021 increase 4 times. We have seen since 2016 to 2023 the number of THC poisonings of children under 5 go up 10 times. The number of hospitalizations of children under 5 go up 3 times. In 2024, that was 620 children under the age of 5 poisoned. Of those children being poisoned, 100 have been hospitalized and ended up on ventilators. This is a serious health risk problem. And I mentioned the Sour Patch Kids here, but let's look at some of the other examples of how this industry is targeting and trying to confuse consumers. Here we have Nerds, a candy many children are familiar with, and a Nerds knockoff that has THC in it. Here we have Fritos, the regular Frito product, that's a safe product, and Fritos with THC in it. Here we have a safe product, again, that looks like gummy worms, and here we have a product with THC in it. This is an industry that, because we made a mistake in the Farm Bill in 2018, has taken advantage of a loophole in the law to manufacture Delta 8 and Delta 10 THC to be able to infuse it into these products. Now again, you cannot grow the hemp plant in concentrations to make this. You have to manufacture this. This was done on purpose. It was manufactured, and by the way, this kind of knockoff doesn't happen by accident either. This was on purpose too. And this is what is poisoning our children. We have to shut this loophole down. And so last year, we did. We actually changed the definition to cover all THC that would be in these type of products. That all THC products would have to stay below that 0.3% case. So it's not going to impact CBD oil because that's below 0.3%. It wouldn't impact any of those products that are used for clothing or jewelry because they're all below 0.3%. In fact, the only place it's going to impact is for the intoxicating products that are out there on the marketplace that are only out there because of this loophole that we created back in 2018. So last year, in our ag appropriations bill, we closed this loophole. Now, one of the senators in our body offered an amendment to strip out that loophole, closing the loophole. And we had Republicans and Democrats vote together to stop that amendment. 75 senators, 51 Republicans, all came together to say, no, we want to close this loophole. Well, now in our continuing resolution, somebody has decided to open that loophole back up again. We gave the industry till November 12th to adjust. We said the loophole's been out there. We're going to give you a year to get your products in line with the new law. You got to be below 0.3%. And you got till November 12th. But in our current continuing resolution, somebody wants to keep that extended till December 11th. I have co-sponsored an amendment with Ted Budd to take that amendment out of the continuing resolution. I am co-sponsoring that because we don't need to extend this. This has been out there for a year. People know what's coming. 1 month more is not going to make a big difference in doing this. For those of you who say this is going to impact agriculture, I will tell you right now that hemp production in the United States represents about 0.0056% of all the farmland. It's 49,000 acres. And only 17,000 be using to grow the kind of hemp that would go into these kind of products. That there's pilot programs right now on how to use CBD oil in the treatments of things like cancer. They're all out there. They're not going to be impacted. We should let this expire November 12th. My colleague Ted Budd and I, the senator from North Carolina, we want an amendment vote to be able to take this out of this continuing resolution and call upon my colleagues to help pass it. This is literally, these high THC products disguised as candy could get into the hands of young children and poison them. It has done so already. Let's stop this right now, because we know when THC gets into young people's minds, it can reduce their IQs, lead to mental health issues such as suicidal ideation, anxiety, depression. This drug is bad for young people. So let's close this loophole and keep it closed. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I have been coming to this floor talking about Social Security. No offense, Mr. President, but you look like, with that gray hair of yours, you might be on Social Security. I'm thinking that might be the case. But a lot of people who are watching right now are on Social Security. Why? Like 75 million Americans are. And this should be important to Congress because in 6 years, Social Security goes insolvent. And Mr. President, when that happens, those folks watching right now who are on social, or anybody watching who's going to be on social, which I hope includes everybody in this room, including the young people who are our pages, they will get a 22 to 28.5% cut in their benefits. Let me say that again. In 6 years, when the Social Security Trust Fund goes insolvent, by law, there'll be a 22 to 28.5% cut in the benefits that people on Social Security receive from now until eternity. And folks say, no, we'll just raise taxes. We'll just pay for it. We won't cut benefits, we'll just raise taxes. Mr. President, if we do that, according to the actuaries, we have to raise payroll taxes 40%. So think about that family, Mr. President, who are struggling to make ends meet. They notice that they are paying a payroll tax, and now that goes up 40%. Over the course of the year, that can be thousands of dollars that they don't have in their pocket to pay for their groceries, their gasoline, the time to be together on a special night, hopefully putting some away from savings. That won't be there because instead of cutting benefits, we're going to raise taxes. And then a third group says, no, we're just going to borrow the money. The Congressional Budget Office has looked at it. If we just try and borrow our way out of here, they say the amount of debt accumulated is so large, their models cannot calculate the destabilizing effect upon the U.S. economy. What's that mean? Interest rates sky high. Can't afford a car. Can't afford to buy a house. You can't afford to buy a house, so no one is employed building houses. No one is employed building houses. No one is making shingles. No one is cutting wood. No one is shipping lumber from here to there. Mr. President, that has ramifications for each of us. We need a better solution. But the problem, Mr. President, is that we've lacked a sense of urgency of fixing Social Security now. I say we need to have that urgency. It's almost like we're telling our seniors, we built a bridge for Social Security, but by the way, it's about to lose a step. And on that last step, woo, and Congress sits there and says, we'll get to it someday. It is time for Congress to do its job. It is time for Congress to get serious about something affecting not just the folks in this who look as if they're elderly, but folks of all ages who will be affected because one day we will all hopefully be able to access Social Security. Now, the good news is today we had a Senate Finance Committee hearing on the Promise Act. Dick Durbin, a Democratic senator, the whip for the Democrats in their leadership, been here for a long time. He's got a bill. Bill Cassidy is a co-sponsor, conservative Republican. We've got a bill called the Promise Act that doesn't say how Social Security is going to be fixed. It sets up a process by which we would consider how to fix Social Security. A process that ideally would give a product for the Senate and the House to consider sometime later in the year. Instead of saying, we'll get to it someday, we get to it this Congress. By the way, this bill is transparent. I mean, this process is transparent with input from anybody who wishes to have input. And we're not saying what the solution is going to be. We're saying come up with a solution. But by the way, if the Senate doesn't like it, or if the Senate Finance Committee doesn't like it, they can replace it. Or if an individual member, Bernie Sanders, has a bill, if Bernie doesn't like the product, he can offer his bill as a substitute. Same with Sheldon Whitehouse, Ron Wyden, Elizabeth Warren. Any of us could put up a bill as a substitute. And so we're not prescribing a solution. We're just trying to generate a process by which the Senate will consider how to rescue Social Security. Now, what was good about the hearing, AARP was there. And AARP, represented by Nancy Lamont, came out against the Promise Act. I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. All we're doing is setting up a process. We're not saying it has to look like this, the solution. We're setting up a process whereby Congress does its job, and we're forced to come up with something that would rescue Social Security for AARP's members as well as all other Americans. And so this is kind of the questions I have with Ms. Lamont. And at the end of it, she said that they could support what I'm about to propose. I said, Ms. Lamont, do your 38 million members, do they want a benefit cut that would, I'm paraphrasing, condensing, would your 38 members want a Social Security system which is fully funded and is not threatened with a 22 to 28% benefit cut? She answers no, they don't want a benefit cut. Would they like a Social Security system fully funded? Yes, they would. Is AARP developing a plan to do so? We're not developing our own plan at this time. So they want it fully funded. They don't like the Promise Act, setting up a process to lead to a solution, but they're not coming up with their own plan. They're just objecting to people coming up with a process to develop a plan. So I go on to say, and to condense it, it seems like what you object to is that in the Promise Act, it's not senators and representatives doing the initial analysis. It is a Social Security Commission. And she says, basically, yes, that's true. So I said, if we take out the Social Security Commission and we put together a bipartisan group of senators and representatives to start considering all the plans, Senator Whitehouse's plan, Senator Sanders' plan, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Moreno's plan, the Cassidy-Durbin plan, would you support that? And she said, well, we want to talk to you about that. And I pressed her on this. Wait, you want to talk to us about it? I need a yes or a no. It's like asking somebody to be married. When you ask somebody, will you marry me? You don't say, well, let's talk about it. You say, hey, dear, either you're going to marry me or you're not, because if not, I'm out of here. But if you want to, let's get married. So, kind of putting it that way, didn't ask her to marry me, but I did say, wait a second. We're going to have a 22 to 28% cut in benefits if we do nothing. Your people don't want to cut in benefits. We're talking about a regular order process, which you say you want, with representatives and senators coming together where you would have input, your members would have input. And then bring it back to the Senate Finance Committee for a week of hearings, and then bring it to the Senate floor for a vote. Could you support that? If it's regular order, which is what it sounds like, yes, meaning they could support it. Now, I love that. AARP likes what I'm about to say. I've heard that they and others are concerned about the Promise Act and how the Promise Act would first ask a group from the Social Security Advisory Board to come up with a plan. So to replace the Promise Act, I'm going to introduce a Senate resolution. The Senate resolution does exactly what I just said. It would immediately, or within a week or two, impanel a group of senators, invite the House of Representatives to join. It is a Senate resolution, but we would invite them to join. And we would spend the next 2 months considering all the things that have been proposed to fix Social Security. And we would have open hearings. We would get as much public comment as possible. We would come up with 2 different proposals. And by the end of September, ask the Social Security actuaries to score these proposals. Does it actually fix Social Security? That would be our goal. And we would start as soon as possible. We can't wait to get to it someday, Mr. President. We got to get to it now. There needs to be a sense of urgency. We need to do this like yesterday. If not yesterday, how about tomorrow? And ARP said they could support that process. And it does go through regular order. All it does is establish a time agreement where after products are delivered, they would be considered by the Senate Finance Committee, and they would come to the Senate floor for further consideration. I'm inviting the House with this resolution so they also could participate through the Ways and Means Committee. They would have to. That's the whole point. I would love to have them vote on the resolution too, but they've been out since July 23rd. And it is too important to wait to come back to September. Let's pass it in the Senate, invite them to join us, and then that way we can have these hearings through August and September and deliver a product at the beginning of October to the Social Security actuaries to be scored, and then we could consider it. Now, by the way, it may be that the products developed are not what the Senate Finance Committee wants. Senator Bernie Sanders could bring his proposal and offer it as an alternative. Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator Bernie Moreno, who've got a plan, bipartisan plan, could bring their plan. Or Senator Wyden spoke about his plan. His plan could be offered because we're not in this resolution dictating an outcome. We are dictating a process whereby their proposals can be heard. And in that, Mr. President, we can serve the American people. What we don't want to do is to delay any further, because every year we delay, the taxes get higher, or the cuts get deeper, or the debt gets bigger in order to fix this problem. What we're doing right now is only setting up a process where Sanders and Wyden and Warren and Moreno and Cassidy and Durbin and Wyden can have their proposals heard. Mr. President, I'm introducing this resolution. I guess we're doing a hotline right now. We're in the process of doing this. And if you're watching on C-SPAN or somehow seeing this, contact your senator. Ask them to support this resolution, because all it does is set up a process and then demands that Congress does its job. Don't give Congress a free pass on getting into it someday. I'll finish by saying this. I was once given a compliment by both Lindsey Graham at one time and Bernie Sanders at the other. And I'll kind of do it with Lindsey's accent. Bill, you're a lousy politician. You're a good senator, but you're a lousy politician. I think I probably should take that as a compliment. So I am a lousy politician. I think right now we all should be lousy politicians. We should all be good senators. Let's run to the problem. And the problem is a Social Security system going insolvent that will lead to up to a 28.5% benefit cut for seniors if we follow the law. Let's be good senators. Let's be good senators and solve this problem beginning now. With that, Mr. President, I yield, and I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand there are two bills at the desk, and I ask for their first reading in block.
The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the first time.
S5271, a bill to amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to require voters to provide photo identification. HR 7008, an act to amend Chapter 131 of Title V to require certain restrictions on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses and dependents and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and I object to my own request, all in block.
Objection is heard. The bills will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 831, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
SRES 831, recognizing the 100th anniversary of Northwest Mississippi Community College and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed with the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 256, S850.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 256, S850, a bill to amend the Northern Border Security Review Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Hassan Amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, August 6th, that following the prayer and pledge, the general proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, morning business be closed, and Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the nominations in block pursuant to S-Res 817 post-closure. Further, that all time during recess, adjournment, leader remarks, and morning business count post-closure on nominations in block pursuant to S-Res 817. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
7:12.